Close your eyes and take a slow breath in. Hold it for a moment. Let it out gently. Imagine English is a calm river. The water is clear. The current is soft. You and I sit in a small boat. We move together with ease. The sun is warm on our faces. The wind is light and kind. You are safe here. Your mind is open. Your heart is ready. Welcome, friend. Welcome to a long, gentle podcast where the words are simple and the pace is slow. We will practice together. We will smile together. We will learn together. Hello, students. My name is Stuart, but my friends call me Stu. I live in New York City in the United States. I was born in Brooklyn, one part of this big city. When I think of my home, I hear the soft rumble of the subway. I see yellow taxis moving like bright fish in a busy river of streets. I smell hot bagels, strong coffee, and pizza slices with fresh tomato and basil. New York is loud and fast, but in this podcast, we are quiet and slow. We move at a small, easy speed. We speak short sentences. We breathe. We listen. We repeat. This is a safe place to practice. This is a friendly place to grow.
I speak in slow English because I remember my own struggle with learning a new language. When I learned Spanish, fast audio made my head spin. I felt lost and sad. I pressed pause many times. I wanted to understand, but the words ran away from me. One day, I found a slow audio lesson. The voice was calm. The sentences were short. I smiled. I felt hope return to me. With slow lessons, I learned step by step. I want to give that same feeling to you now. I want you to feel calm, not lost. I want you to feel strong, not small. Together, we will build a happy habit with small steps and kind patience.
Let me tell you about my early Saturdays in Brooklyn. When I was a small child, my mother woke me up early. We walked to a little bakery on the next street. The air outside was cool and fresh. My small hand held her warm hand. We bought hot bagels with butter. The bagels were soft inside and a little crisp outside. The butter melted and made a shining lake on top. We stood outside the bakery and took small bites. The bakery was next to an old subway station. While we ate, a train moved under the ground. The earth shook a little. The bagel shook in my fingers. I laughed. My mother laughed too. The morning sun touched the red brick walls. The world felt new and gentle. Those Saturdays were small pieces of magic that still glow in my mind.
Now I will describe myself. I am 1 meter and 79 centimeters tall. If you like feet and inches, that is 5 feet and 10 inches. My hair is dark brown. I try to comb it each morning, but one small piece always points in a funny direction, like it wants to tell a joke. My eyes are brown. I have a small scar on my left eyebrow. When I was 8 years old, I tried to ride my bicycle with no hands. I felt like a bird for 1 second, but then I hit a metal mailbox. The mailbox was strong. My eyebrow was not strong. I bled a lot. A kind neighbor ran to help me. My mother held my hand and said, "You are brave." At the clinic, a nurse cleaned the cut. I learned an important lesson that day. I learned to look where I am going. Even now, when I walk, when I bike, when I plan my future, I remember that lesson. Look where you are going.
Today, I live in a small studio apartment on the 5th floor of a red brick building. A studio apartment is one room that does many jobs. One corner is my kitchen. One corner is my bed. The space in the middle is my living room. I have one window that faces east. In the morning, the sun jumps into my room and paints the walls gold. It feels like the sun says, "Good morning, Stu. Wake up and smile." From my window, I can see the street below. I see yellow taxis, food delivery riders, and many people walking fast. Some people say, New York never sleeps. I think New York dreams out loud.
My job is at a language school in Midtown Manhattan. My title is Student Support Assistant. I open the door and say hello. I smile at each student. I give ID cards. I guide new students to classrooms. I fix copy machines. I make coffee for the office. I help someone find the right bus. I show someone how to use the printer. I walk a nervous student to the right room. The pay is small, but the job feels big. I meet people from many countries every day. 1 hour, I speak a little Spanish with a boy from Peru. The next hour, I help a grandmother from Korea write an email to her grandson. I hear many accents. I see many smiles. I learn many names. I feel grateful. Small acts of help make my heart warm. After work, I ride my bicycle home. I pass small shops and tall buildings. I wave to a street vendor who sells roasted nuts. I stop at one red light and breathe. I look at the sky and count slow clouds. When I arrive at my building, I carry my bike up the stairs to the 5th floor. I open my door. I take off my shoes. I make green tea with honey. I put a thick blanket over my desk to stop echo. I sit down and open my notebook. I speak slowly into my microphone and record. I record this podcast. I think of you listening. I want you to feel calm. I want you to feel brave. I want you to feel proud of each small step. When I am not working or recording, I have 3 favorite hobbies. My first hobby is photography. I carry a small camera when I go outside. I take pictures of clouds that look like ships. I take pictures of funny dogs with big ears. I take pictures of colorful street walls and smiling strangers. Sometimes I print the photo and give it to the person in the picture. They feel seen. I feel happy. A photo is like a little window. It shows a small piece of time. It says, "Look, this moment was real. This smile was real. This light was real." My second hobby is cooking. I like fresh herbs and strong spices. I like the smell of garlic and the bright taste of lemon. My favorite dish right now is lemon and rosemary chicken with honey carrots. When I cook it, the room smells like a warm garden mixed with sweet rain. My neighbors sometimes knock and ask, "What are you cooking, Stu?" I laugh and say, "Come and taste." Food is not only fuel, food is love, memory, and comfort. Food is a story you can eat. When we share food, we share a kind of joy that needs no translation. My third hobby is midnight skateboarding. At midnight, the streets are quiet. The shops are closed. The lights are soft. I push my skateboard under silver street lamps and feel free. The board rolls like a whisper. The wind touches my face. The city is still awake, but it is slow. I glide past dark windows and sleeping trees. I feel like I am drawing a secret line across the night. I am careful to look where I am going. I wear a helmet. I listen for cars. I stop at each corner. I move like a calm river. I return home with a quiet smile.
Here are a few fun facts about me. I can juggle 3 oranges, but apples are heavy, so I drop them more often. One day, a raccoon stole my peanut butter sandwich in Central Park. I keep 97 plants in my small apartment. They live on shelves, on the windowsill, and in hanging pots. I name some of them. One is called Sunny, one is called Moon. My dream is to take a very long train ride from New York to Alaska. I want to see tall mountains and the green light of the northern sky. I want to drink hot tea in a train car and watch white snow fields roll by like a slow movie.
Now, I invite you to repeat a few short lines with me. You can say them out loud or in your mind. I like slow English. I can learn. I am patient. I listen and breathe. English is my friend. Practice makes me stronger. Small steps every day. I will now tell you about my family. Families are like snowflakes. Each one is special. My family is small but warm. My mother is named Carla Wilson. She is 52 years old, but she looks younger. She teaches art in a high school in Queens. Many mornings she has red or blue paint on her fingers. Her rule in class is simple and kind. She says, "Show me how you see the world." When I was little, she gave me crayons and no instructions. I drew a purple dog with orange ears and green paws. She smiled and said, "Wonderful! Your dog is full of imagination." Because of her, I believe that creativity is freedom. I believe that there is no single correct way to draw a sun or a tree. There is your way, and that is enough.
My father is named Jordan Wilson. He is 55 years old, tall and calm. He repairs old pianos. He listens to each key like a doctor listens to a heart. He turns one small screw and music returns. Sometimes he brings a piano key home to show me. He says, "Listen, do you hear that tiny click?" I nod. He smiles. From him I learn patience. Patience is not only waiting. Patience is active listening. Patience is caring attention. When I talk with people at work, I try to listen like my father listens to pianos. I try to hear the small sound behind the big sound. I try to hear the feeling inside the words.
My younger sister is named Mia. She is 17 years old and loves the night sky. She owns a telescope called Stargazer. On clear nights, she calls me and says, "Come to the roof. The moon is bright." We wrap blankets around our shoulders and climb the stairs to the roof. We sit on the cool concrete and look at the stars. Mia points and says, "That is a planet. That is Saturn with rings." I say, "Wow." We speak softly, as if the stars can hear us. Mia wants to study aerospace engineering. She jokes and says, "Dad fixes pianos. I will fix rockets." I laugh. I believe she will do amazing things. She is smart and brave. She is curious and kind.
Our dog is named Pixel. Pixel is a retired racing greyhound. He used to run fast on a track. Now he loves sleeping on the sofa. He is tall and thin. His fur is silver and smooth. When I record this podcast, Pixel lies at my feet. Sometimes he dreams and moves his legs like he is running in his sleep. He makes small woof sounds. I whisper, "Good boy, dream big." When I take him for a walk, he sniffs every tree. He looks at pigeons with deep interest. He moves with grace, even when he is sleepy. He is my quiet friend.
Every Sunday is Family Day.
We meet at my parents' apartment in Queens. The building is old but cozy. The hallway smells like bread from a neighbor who bakes on weekends. We arrive late in the morning. Mom paints at the kitchen table. Dad tunes a small electric keyboard. Mia edits star photos on her laptop. I cook lunch. The kitchen is small, but we fit. We talk. We laugh. Sometimes we disagree. When we disagree, we pause and breathe. We take a sip of water. We listen again. Soon the air is clear. Love is stronger than anger. After lunch, we play a short board game or take a short walk to the park. Pixel trots beside us and wears a blue collar. We watch kids fly kites if the wind is good. We sit on a bench and share quiet. The day feels soft and whole.
Now I will tell you about my normal weekday. Many New Yorkers move very fast. They run for the bus. They drink coffee while they walk. They talk on the phone as they cross the street. I like a slower rhythm. I like to be present. I like to feel my feet touch the ground. I like to feel my breath move in and out. So here is my day in gentle steps. I wake up at 6:45 in the morning. My phone plays soft jazz, not loud beeps. I open my eyes and think of 3 good things. I think of fresh air. I think of a kind friend. I think of warm tea. I say thank you in my mind. I sit up and stretch.
At 7 in the morning, I brush my teeth for 2 minutes. I splash cold water on my face. I stretch my neck and my shoulders. I roll my wrists. I take one more slow breath. At 7:15 in the morning, I eat breakfast. I eat Greek yogurt with banana slices, honey, and cinnamon. I call it banana snow because it looks like white snow with golden and brown spots. I listen to a short news podcast for 5 minutes. Then I enjoy silence. The silence helps my mind feel clear. I look out the window and see the morning light touch the top of buildings.
At 7:45 in the morning, I pack my bag. I put my camera inside. I add a water bottle. I add my bicycle key.
I check for my wallet and my ID card. I put on my blue jacket if the air is cold. I tie my shoes. I smile at Pixel and say, "See you soon, friend." At 8 in the morning, I ride my bicycle to the school. The ride is about 8 kilometers. The streets are busy, but I move with care. When the traffic light is red, I stop and practice Spanish verbs in my head. I say, hablo, hablas, habla. I feel a small joy. Small practice adds up over time. Then I see green trees and a park. The sky is blue and the sun is bright. The water in my bottle is cool. Want to hear about school?
At about 8:40 in the morning, I arrive at the school. I open the windows of the classroom to let in fresh air. I move the chairs into a circle. I write a silly English joke on the whiteboard. A student walks in, reads the joke, and smiles. From 9 in the morning to 12 noon, I help students. I check passports and answer questions. I show a new student the right room. I help someone send a letter. I point to a map and explain a route. I say, "Welcome. I am glad you are here." A smile is good medicine. It helps everyone feel at ease.
At 12:10 in the afternoon, I eat lunch with co-workers. In 20 minutes, we speak 3 languages. We speak English, we speak Spanish, and we speak Japanese. A co-worker teaches me a new word. She says, "Otsukare-sama." It means, "Thank you for your hard work." I like this word. I like to say it to my friends. I finish my lunch and drink water. I stand up and stretch my back. I feel grateful for this small break.
From 1 in the afternoon to 3 in the afternoon, I have quiet project time. I sit with my notebook. I plan future podcast episodes. I write ideas in simple words. I test the words out loud. I cut long sentences into short, clear sentences. I think of you and how to help you smile while you learn. I think of short stories that carry easy grammar and warm feelings. I think of kind questions you can answer in your mind.
At 3:15 in the afternoon, I move my body. I do 10 push-ups, then 10 squats, then 10 jumping jacks. I repeat the set one more time if I have energy. My heart beats a little faster. My cheeks feel warm. My body says, "Thank you." I drink water and take a slow breath. At 4 in the afternoon, I go home. If it rains, I take the bus and read 10 pages of a novel. I look out the window at the wet streets. I watch the drops slide down the glass. If the sun is out, I ride my bicycle and look at trees. I pass a small park where children play. I pass a mural that shows 2 hands holding a plant. I feel a small joy again. I think, this is my city. It is noisy and kind. It is messy and bright.
At 5 in the afternoon, I cook an early dinner. I make whole grain pasta with cherry tomatoes, garlic, olive oil, and cheese. I sit down and eat slowly. I drink water or green tea. I put the plate and fork in the sink and wash them right away. Future me says thank you. At 6 in the evening, I begin to record the podcast. I put a thick blanket over my desk to make the sound soft. I place tea near my hand. I look at my notes. I breathe. I speak slowly and clearly. Pixel sleeps under the desk. He makes a small snore sound. It is very cute. At 8 in the evening, I take a phone-free walk. I leave my phone at home. I smell pizza slices on one corner. I watch city lights reflect on windows. I breathe and listen. My mind gets quiet. The day feels soft. At 9 in the evening, I open my journal. On the left page, I write 3 good things from the day. On the right page, I write 1 small thing to improve. I keep my words simple and kind. I do not judge myself. I smile at small progress. At 9:30 in the evening, I turn my laptop off. I turn my Wi-Fi off. I put my phone in airplane mode. I call this a digital sunset. At 9:35 in the evening, I read a paper book. Tonight, I read The Little Prince. The words are simple and deep. The story is quiet and bright. At 10:15 in the evening, I close my eyes. I say, "Thank you, day." I sleep. Let me tell you a little about my city. New York City has 5 boroughs. Their names are Manhattan, Brooklyn, Queens, the Bronx, and Staten Island. Manhattan has tall glass towers and very bright lights in Times Square. Brooklyn
is relaxed and famous for street art and pizza. Queens has food from more than 200 countries. The Bronx is the home of hip-hop and has a big park with a famous zoo. Staten Island has a free ferry that shows a perfect view of the Statue of Liberty. The subway is noisy, but it connects almost everything. You can travel far under the ground and arrive in a very different part of the city. In New York, we feel 4 strong seasons. Winter is cold and sometimes snowy. Spring brings pink flowers and soft rain. Summer is hot and has ice cream trucks that sing a little tune. Autumn paints the parks with red and gold leaves that fall like slow confetti. I love to stand on a corner and watch people. A man in a suit walks fast and drinks coffee. A small child points at a dog and laughs. A woman carries flowers wrapped in brown paper. A food cart makes steam that smells like cinnamon and nuts. A bus opens its doors with a sigh. A cyclist rings a bell. A street musician plays a gentle song on a saxophone. A group of students speak 3 different languages and still understand each other with smiles and hands. The city is a moving story. Every corner holds a small poem of daily life. Now I will guide you through a short breathing practice that you can use any time you feel nervous about English. Sit up tall but soft. Put your feet on the ground. Imagine roots going down from your feet into the earth. Breathe in through your nose for 4 slow counts. 1, 2, 3, 4. Hold your breath for 2 gentle counts. 1, 2. Breathe out through your mouth for 6 slow counts. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw relax. Say to yourself, I am learning. I am safe. I am patient. Repeat this 2 more times if you like. Feel the calm. Bring this calm with you when you listen to English. Bring this calm with you when you speak. I want to share a few easy learning tips in a friendly way. You can repeat after me if you want. I will keep the ideas very simple. Listen every day, even if it is only for 10 minutes. Short and daily is better than long and rare. Speak out loud, even when you are alone. Your mouth needs practice as much as your mind. Do not fear mistakes. Mistakes are teachers with kind faces. Read simple books that make you smile. Write a tiny journal in English with 2 or 3 lines each night. Ask simple questions. Answer in simple sentences. Keep your heart soft and your humor alive. You are doing well.
Let me share a small story from my work. One day, a new student arrived late. She looked tired and worried. She held her bag with both hands. I smiled and said, "Welcome. You are here now. You are safe." She smiled back a little. I walked with her to the classroom. I showed her a seat. The teacher said, "Good morning." The class said, "Good morning." At the end of the day, the student came to my desk. She said in slow English, "Thank you for your kind eyes in the morning." I felt tears in my eyes. Kind eyes are small, but they can open a big door. Later, I wrote in my journal, "Today I saw how a small moment can change a whole day." I also want to tell you about a small tradition I have on Tuesday evenings. I call it World Kitchen Night. Every Tuesday, I cook a dish from a new country. I read one short article about that country. I play one song from that country while I chop and stir. One Tuesday, I made Thai green curry. The new spice was lemongrass. The new fact was that Thailand was never a European colony. The new song was happy and light. Another Tuesday, I cooked Moroccan couscous. The new spice was raw el hanout. The new fact was that Marrakesh is called the Red City. The new music was Nawa with metal castanets. Some dishes taste great. Some dishes taste strange. All dishes are teachers. When you cook, you travel without a plane. You travel with your nose and your tongue and your heart.
On Saturday mornings, I go to the farmer's market. Small white tents stand in a line. Each tent has bright signs. One tent sells red apples. One tent sells green lettuce. One tent sells yellow cheese. One tent sells brown bread with seeds. One tent sells orange carrots with green tops. The farmer often says, "Would you like a sample?" I smile and say, "Yes." Free samples are small gifts. I taste, I nod, I buy. I pay with cash because cash feels friendly. I carry one reusable bag. The bag becomes heavy. A heavy bag means a happy fridge. At home, I wash the lettuce, cut the apples, and toast the bread. I make a large salad and pour a little honey on top. I sit by the window and eat slowly. The city moves fast outside, but my lunch moves slow inside.
My tiny apartment works hard for me. When you open the door, there is a small wooden shoe rack. A mirror shaped like the sun hangs above it. I check my hair there before I leave the house. A coat hook holds my blue jacket. A tiny basket under the hook holds my keys, my wallet, and a face mask. If the basket is empty, I know I forgot something. 3 steps forward, there is a gray sofa that opens into a bed. In the morning, I fold the bed back into a sofa. In the night, I pull it open. A light coffee table stands in front of it. I built the table from old pallet wood. I sanded the wood until it was smooth. I painted it white. I added small wheels. The table rolls easily when I need more space. Under a sheet of glass, I keep postcards from friends. One shows a polar bear from Canada. One shows cherry blossoms from Japan. One shows yellow trams from Portugal. Each postcard is a memory ticket. When I feel lonely, I look at them and feel a friend near me.
The kitchen sits in one corner. It is compact but smart. A small fridge lives under the counter. Next to the fridge is a 2-burner electric stove. A stainless steel sink sits beside it. The counter space is exactly 1 meter. So I use every centimeter with care. A magnetic strip holds my knives. A simple rail holds 2 ladles and 1 spatula. A single shelf above the sink holds 8 glass jars with dried spices. The labels face forward so I can see them at a glance. They say turmeric, cumin, paprika, coriander, chili, thyme, oregano, and rosemary. I own 2 pots and 1 pan. The big pot is for soup. The small pot is for rice. The pan is for almost everything else. I have a simple rule for my tiny space. 1 in, 1 out. If I buy a new tool, I must give away an old tool. This rule keeps the kitchen clear and calm. My desk sits near the window. The desk is a plank of wood on 2 filing cabinets. On the desk, there is a laptop on a stand, a small mixing board, a large microphone on a boom arm, a glass of water, and an open notebook with today's script. When I record, I throw a thick blanket over the desk and over my head. I look like a funny tent, but the sound becomes soft and clear. Pixel sleeps under the desk while I speak. Sometimes he opens one eye and then closes it again. The light from the window changes as the day moves. I watch the shadows walk across the wall. The city sounds arrive in waves and then fade. It feels like the room breathes with me. My bathroom is tiny but bright. White subway tiles cover the walls. Black hexagon tiles make a simple pattern on the floor. A small shower lives in one corner. A small sink lives in the middle. A toilet lives in the other corner. Above the sink is a mirror cabinet. It holds a toothbrush, toothpaste, face soap, and one razor. A green pothos plant hangs from a hook. The plant loves steam and grows long vines that touch the wall. When I take a shower, I feel like I am in a small jungle. I smile at the plant and say, "Good morning, friend." It may sound silly,
but it makes me happy. Storage is important in a studio. I use vertical space to keep things tidy. A shelf above the door holds winter scarves and extra blankets. Hooks on the back of the bathroom door hold towels and a hair dryer. 2 plastic boxes live under the sofa. 1 box holds winter clothes. 1 box holds old letters and photos. A floating shelf near the ceiling holds tiny pots with small indoor plants. The plants look like a green necklace around the room. The room is small, but it feels alive.
At night, the apartment changes into a soft cave. I push the coffee table to the side. I pull the sofa into bed mode. I switch on fairy lights along one wall. The fairy lights are soft yellow. The city lights outside are bright white. I close the curtain halfway. Inside feels like a quiet cave. Outside feels like a million stars. I read 10 pages of a paper book. Pixel moves from the floor to the bed. He curls near my feet and sighs. I put my journal on the nightstand. I turn off the fairy lights. The room becomes a calm pool of dark. I whisper, "Thank you, day," and sleep.
Before we pause, let us do a tiny review in a gentle way. You can answer out loud or in your mind. In which part of New York was I born? I was born in Brooklyn. How tall am I? I am 1 meter and 79 centimeters tall, which is 5 feet and 10 inches. What did I hit when I was 8 years old? I hit a metal mailbox. How many houseplants do I have? I have 97 houseplants. What is my dream trip? My dream trip is a long train ride from New York to Alaska to see mountains and the northern lights. If you felt good answering, smile. If it was hard, smile anyway. You are learning. You are growing. You are doing your best.
Now, repeat a few more short lines with me, slowly and clearly. I am here. I am learning. I make small steps. Small steps become big change. I listen with care. I speak with courage. I rest
when I need rest. I try again with a kind heart. You have reached the end of part 1 of this long, slow podcast script. You did very well. Drink some water. Stretch your arms. Look out a window and soften your eyes. When you are ready for more, I will be here. In the next part, we will explore food stories, simple meal ideas, tiny home tricks, urban gardening, and a very funny cat named Nimbus who thinks he owns the whole sofa and maybe the whole world. I will keep the words simple. I will keep the pace slow. I will keep my heart open for you.
Take one calm breath with me. Breathe in slowly through your nose. Hold it for a short moment. Breathe out gently through your mouth. Feel your shoulders drop. Feel your jaw relax. You are safe. You are here. You are doing well. We will keep moving like a quiet river. The water is smooth. The words are clear. Welcome back, friend. Today I will tell you more about food, home life, city plants, and my very funny cat named Nimbus. The English will stay simple. The speed will stay slow. You can close your eyes if that helps you listen. You can open your eyes if that helps you imagine. There is no rush. There is only a kind rhythm that helps your mind learn and helps your heart feel calm. Food is a story you can eat. Food is also a feeling. It is comfort. It is memory. It is travel without a plane. When I taste tomato soup, I am 4 years old again. I sit at my grandmother's table. The bowl is warm in my small hands. The soup is red and smooth. Little pasta letters float on top like white boats. I try to spell my name with the spoon. I never find all the letters in one scoop. I laugh and try again. My grandmother laughs with me. She touches my shoulder. She says, "You are loved." I did not know many words in that moment, but I felt the message.
Even now, when I drink tomato soup, I feel safe. The soup is a door. It opens the same warm room in my memory.
When I was 6 years old, my father baked apple pie. The apples were soft and sweet. The crust was golden and flaky. The smell filled the whole apartment and walked into every room. I waited in front of the oven like a small guard. The timer rang. I jumped like a popcorn kernel in a hot pan. My father said the pie must cool. I said cooling is the hardest part. He smiled and cut me a tiny slice, just a taste. I bit the slice too fast and burned my tongue. It hurt. I cried a little. Then I laughed, because the sugar was strong and the love was stronger. Sometimes a small pain makes a memory stay with us. I still think of my father's warm hands, steady and kind, when I smell apples and cinnamon.
As I grew older, food became a map of the world for me. New York City is like a giant menu. You can walk for 1 hour and meet many countries with your tongue. You can eat Mexican tacos in the morning with eggs, beans, and salsa that wakes you up. You can slurp Japanese ramen at noon with slow noodles and a deep, salty broth that hugs your stomach. You can tear a French croissant in the afternoon and feel butter flakes fall on your shirt. You can sit with Ethiopian injera at dinner and use your hands to scoop spicy lentils. You can close the day with Italian gelato that tastes like cool pistachio clouds. Each bite is a passport stamp. Each bite says, "Welcome. Thank you for visiting my home."
I made a small rule for myself. I call it World Kitchen Night. It happens on Tuesday. Tuesday is my cooking adventure day. On that evening, I choose one country. I read a short article about that place. I learn one small fact. I choose one song from that place and play it while I cook. I choose one spice I never used before, and I let that spice teach me. One Tuesday, I cooked Thai green curry. The new spice was lemongrass. It smelled like a lemon garden after rain. I learned that the people in Thailand often say a kind word that sounds like "sawatdee" when they greet you. The song I played was bright and light. I smiled while I chopped. Another Tuesday, I made chana masala from India. The new spice was garam masala. It was warm and deep. I learned that the name of the dish simply means chickpeas in a mix of spices. I played a happy song with hand drums, and my spoon kept time with the beat. One more Tuesday, I cooked Turkish menemen, which is eggs with tomatoes and peppers. I learned that many people there enjoy it for breakfast with fresh bread. I played a soft song with a long singing string. The kitchen felt like a small concert. Some dishes were perfect. Some dishes were strange. All dishes were teachers. The taste said, "Hello, nice to meet you."
In my small kitchen, I follow a few golden ideas. I buy ingredients, not finished meals. I bring home carrots, garlic, and rice, not a heavy box with long, hard words on the label. My hands turn simple things into a meal. I taste as I cook. I do not wait until the end. If the soup is too salty, I add a small potato, and the potato drinks some salt. If the soup is too flat, I add a little lemon juice, and the soup wakes up. I clean while I cook. I wash the cutting board after I cut onions. I rinse the pan while it is still warm. Future me always says thank you. The last idea is my favorite. I share the meal. Food without people is only fuel. Food with people is a party. Even if it is a tiny party for 2 people at a tiny table, it is still a party and it is still love. The farmer's market is a gentle ritual for me. On Saturday morning, I walk to the market with a cloth bag. Small white tents stand in a long line like little ships at a dock. Each tent sings a color. One tent sings red apples. One tent sings green lettuce. One tent sings yellow cheese. One tent sings brown bread with seeds. One tent sings orange carrots with soft green tops. The farmer often says, "Would you like a sample?" I smile and say, "Yes, thank you." I take a small bite. I nod. I buy. I pay with cash because cash feels like a handshake. I say, "See you next week." I carry my bag home. It becomes heavy. A heavy bag means a happy fridge. At home, I wash the lettuce and put it in a clean bowl. I slice the apples
and watch the white turn to a little gold. I toast the bread. I make a big salad. I add a soft rain of honey on top. I sit by the window. I eat slowly. The city outside moves fast. My lunch inside moves slow. My heart moves slow, too. It is a nice balance. People ask me, what do I eat on normal days? I keep my days simple. On Monday, I often cook brown rice with steamed broccoli and small pieces of chicken with garlic. On Tuesday, I explore my world kitchen night and let my tongue travel. On Wednesday, I make whole grain pasta with an easy tomato sauce and a little olive oil. On Thursday, I make an omelette with spinach, onion, and cheese, and I fold it like a soft blanket. On Friday, I make a flatbread pizza with tomatoes and olives. Breakfast is small, usually yogurt and fruit. Lunch is easy, a salad or a sandwich. I drink water or green tea. I drink black coffee when I need a gentle push. On Sunday, I let myself enjoy a sweet dessert. Maybe one slice of cake. One slice is enough. The smile is big. The plate is small.
I like to think of spices as friends with different voices. Cinnamon is warm and kind. Ginger is bright and quick. Garlic is strong and brave. Basil is soft and sweet. Cumin is earthy and calm. Turmeric is golden and steady. Lemon is a bell that rings in the mouth. Honey is a soft blanket for the tongue. When I open the jar and a smell rises, I say hello to that friend. I invite the friend to join the pan. We talk in steam. We dance in bubbles. We make a small song together, and the song becomes supper. Cooking is not only about taste. It is also about time and attention. When I chop vegetables, I keep my fingers curled and safe. When I cook on the stove, I turn the pan handle to the side so I do not hit it by mistake. When I boil water, I do not walk away. I stay, I watch, I listen. The kitchen is a classroom. It teaches focus. It teaches care. It teaches patience. At the end, it gives a reward you can eat. This is a very kind school. Now, I will walk walk you through one simple recipe that I love. We will cook lemon and rosemary chicken with honey carrots. I wash my hands first. I pull a small pan from the shelf. I place it on the stove. I cut carrots into long sticks. I put them in the pan with a little water and a small spoon of honey. I let them simmer until they are soft and shiny. In another pan, I warm a small line of olive oil. I put in chicken pieces with a tiny pinch of salt and a tiny pinch of pepper. I let one side become golden. I turn the pieces over. I add a little lemon juice and a few rosemary leaves. The smell rises and fills the room. It smells like a garden after rain. I turn off the heat. I place the chicken on a plate. I add the carrots on the side. I sit down. I take a slow bite. I close my eyes and smile. Cooking is a gift you give to your future self.
My tiny apartment supports this cooking life. You already know it is small. You already know it works hard. Today, I will tell you how the room feels in different lights. In the early morning, the east window glows like a gentle lantern. The walls turn gold for a short time. Dust floats in the beam like tiny planets. The plants lift their leaves to drink the light. Pixel stretches and makes an old dog sigh. I make tea and watch the steam curl. This is a quiet show that only I can see. In the afternoon, the light becomes white and strong. It sits on the desk and warms the wood. I write better in that light. I think better, too. In the evening, the light turns soft again. I switch on fairy lights. The room takes a deep breath. The city outside becomes loud, but my cave inside becomes calm. I like this balance. It keeps me kind. I keep my home clean with small steps. I do not wait for a big, heavy day. After breakfast, I wash the bowl and spoon. After dinner, I wash the pan and plate. I wipe the counter with a damp cloth. I put things back in their places. On one day, I water plants. On another day, I wash the floor with a light mop.
On another day, I change the bed sheets. I do not do everything at once. I do one small thing at a time. My mother taught me this. She said many small cares make one big comfort. She was right. When the room is clear, my mind is clear. When the room is kind, my heart is kind.
I also make my home a place for learning. I keep a few books on a small shelf near the bed. I keep a notebook and a pen on the desk. I keep my microphone ready and my blanket ready for recording. I keep my camera batteries in a small box. I keep my spices in glass jars with the labels facing forward. I do this so that when I want to work, I can begin without a hunt. I do not waste time looking for a pen. I do not waste time looking for a jar. I can flow. A clear space is like a clear road. It helps your wheels roll.
Now, I want to tell you about my city plants. I love plants. They help a small room feel alive. They clean the air. They teach patience. They move slowly, but they always move. I grow herbs on my windowsill. I grow basil, mint, and parsley. I grow chives in a small white pot. I grow thyme in a tiny clay pot. I touch the leaves and smell my fingers. It feels like a small garden inside a big city. It feels like a quiet friend who listens and never judges. I also grow a few plants in water. I cut a small piece from a plant. I put the stem in a glass. I wait. In a few weeks, small white roots appear like soft threads. Then I place the new plant in soil. It feels like magic, but it is simple science. A plant knows how to grow. It only needs time and light and water and a little love.
Water is a big lesson in plant care. Many people give too much water. They give water every day because they think love is always more. But plants also need to breathe. The roots need air. I touch the soil before I water. If the top feels dry, I wait one more day and check again. If the soil feels dry deeper down, I give water slowly until some drops fall into the dish. I let the plant drink. I pour out extra water from the dish so the roots do not sit in a cold bath. Light is another lesson. My window faces east. This is kind light. It is bright in the morning and soft later. Some plants like this. Some plants want more sun. I listen to each plant. The leaves tell me a story. If a leaf turns yellow, I check water. If a leaf turns brown and crisp, I check sun. The plant and I learn each other.
I also grow tiny greens in a tray. People call them microgreens, but I call them baby leaves. I spread a thin layer of soil. I sprinkle seeds. I place the tray near the window. I mist the seeds with a spray bottle. In a few days, small green lines push up like little soldiers. I smile at their team spirit. After 1 week or 2 weeks, I cut the baby leaves with scissors and put them on my toast. They taste fresh and proud. It is a quick garden in a small home. It costs a little, it gives a lot.
Compost is a word that sounds heavy, but the idea is soft. Compost is old food and dry leaves that turn into dark, rich soil. I cannot keep a big compost bin in my apartment, but the market in my area has a compost drop. I save tea leaves, coffee grounds, and vegetable peels in a small bag in the freezer. On Saturday, I take the bag to the market and give it to the compost bin. My waste becomes food for new plants. The circle closes. The earth says thank you. I say thank you back.
Now it is time to meet Nimbus, my funny cat. A few months ago, I visited an animal shelter in Queens with my sister. We went to bring blankets and toys as a small donation. We walked past cages with shy eyes and soft paws. One gray cat sat in the corner of a little room. He looked like a cloud on 4 legs. His fur was silver and soft. His eyes were bright gold. He looked at me. I looked at him. He blinked once, very slow. I blinked back, very slow. The worker smiled and said, "He likes you." I sat on the floor. The cat walked to me and put his head under my hand. I scratched his chin. He purred like a small engine. My heart made a decision before my head did. I signed the papers. I carried him home in a carrier. I named him Nimbus, which is a cloud. He was light like a cloud. He moved like a cloud. He slept like a cloud on a windowsill and warmed my room with his soft, quiet weather. At first, I worried about Pixel and Nimbus.
Pixel is a gentle dog, but he is big and fast when he wants to be. Nimbus is a cat with strong ideas about space and rules. The first day, I kept them in different rooms. I let them smell each other under the door. They both sniffed and then sat down. The second day, I placed a baby gate in the door frame so they could see each other, but not touch. Pixel wagged his tail. Nimbus lifted his head and blinked. The third day, I let them meet in the same room for a short time. I sat on the floor with treats in both hands. Pixel was careful. Nimbus was curious. After a few days, they became quiet friends. Now Pixel sleeps on the bed. Nimbus sleeps at the foot of the bed or on the chair near the window. They do not cuddle, but they respect each other. This is enough. This is peace.
Nimbus is funny in many small ways. He believes my desk is his mountain. He jumps on the mountain and looks at me with proud eyes. He touches the microphone with his nose. He puts one paw on my notebook as if to say, I will help you write. When I type on the keyboard, he likes to sit on the warm keys. He adds extra letters that are not real words. I say, "Thank you, assistant," and I move him gently to the side. Nimbus likes the sound of paper. He bats a pen with his paw. The pen falls to the floor. He looks at me. He says nothing. His face says, "Gravity works. You are welcome." He chases a red dot from a small light. He runs and slides on the wood floor. His feet are fast. His body is quick. His mind is faster. Then he falls asleep on his back with his belly open. It is hard to be serious when a cat sleeps like a small, happy croissant.
Pixel and Nimbus have a simple dance each evening. I make tea. I sit on the sofa. Pixel jumps up and curls by my legs. Nimbus jumps up and sits on the arm of the sofa like a guard at a gate. He watches the window. He watches the door. He watches me. If I move my hand, he sniffs my fingers. If I scratch behind his ear, he leans into my hand like putty. If the kettle makes a small whistle, he looks at it as if the kettle speaks a secret. I say, "It is only steam, friend." Nimbus blinks slowly. He understands steam. He is a cloud.
When I record this podcast, I build a small tent with a blanket to make the sound soft. Pixel sleeps under the desk. Nimbus sits on top of the blanket. He is the roof ornament. Sometimes he meows just once. It sounds like a tiny bell. I pause the recording. I scratch his chin. He closes his eyes. I start again. I do not mind the pause. A pause is a breath. A breath is important. You and I both need it. Even the podcast needs it. A pause is not empty. A pause is full of calm.
Food and pets and plants and simple rooms all connect in a line of care. When I cook, I care for my body. When I clean, I care for my mind. When I water plants, I care for the air. When I pet Pixel and Nimbus, I care for my heart. This line of care runs through the day and helps me feel steady. It helps me speak kindly to myself when I make mistakes. It helps me forgive. It helps me try again. It helps me learn new words with a smile.
You can make your own line of care too. Maybe you drink a glass of water each morning and say one kind sentence to yourself. Maybe you clean your cup right after tea and thank your future self. Maybe you put one small plant on a windowsill and learn its name. Maybe you cook one simple meal each week and share it with a friend. Maybe you take a slow walk after dinner and leave your phone at home. These are small moves. They do not look like much, but they build a strong floor under your feet.
Now let us breathe together again. In through the nose, slow and steady. Hold a moment, and out through the mouth, long and gentle. Say in your mind, I am learning. Say in your mind, I am patient. Say in your mind, I am enough. If a hard feeling visits you, nod at it. Say, I see you. Then let it pass like a cloud. You are the sky. The cloud is only a visitor. Nimbus would agree with this idea. He is a cloud expert.
Let us review a few soft facts from today. You can answer in your mind or out loud if you want. On which day do I cook World Kitchen Night? I cook on Tuesday.
What new spice did I try for Thai green curry? I tried lemongrass. What simple rule helps me keep my kitchen calm? I follow 1 in, 1 out. What does a heavy bag from the market mean? It means a happy fridge. What is the name of my cat? His name is Nimbus. How do Pixel and Nimbus live together? They are quiet friends who respect each other. If you answered these, give yourself a small smile. If you did not know, now you know. Learning is a slow friendship. It grows with time.
Before we end, I want to give you a tiny language practice. You can repeat after me slowly. I cook simple food. I taste as I cook. I clean as I go. I share my meal. I water my plants. I listen to my breath. I speak with a calm voice. I learn one small thing each day. I am on my way. You did great work today. You listened with care. You walked through kitchens and markets. You felt the soft steps of a dog and the light paws of a cloud cat. You sat in a small city room that holds a whole world of simple joys. Take one more drink of water. Stretch your arms. Look at one green thing, even if it is a tiny leaf outside your window or a picture on your wall. Say thank you to your day. Take a slow breath in. Hold it for a soft moment. Let it out gently. Feel your shoulders drop. Feel your face relax. You are here. You are safe. You are doing good work. We will keep moving like a calm river. The words will stay simple. The speed will stay slow. Welcome back, friend. Today, I will share small city adventures, gentle study habits, easy storytelling in English, and a few funny mistakes that helped me learn. You can close your eyes while you listen. You can open your eyes if you want to imagine the scenes. There is no rush. There is only steady kindness, step by step. I love small adventures in a big city. They do not need a lot of money. They do not need a lot of time. They need curiosity and soft eyes. On one quiet morning, I wake early. The sky is pale blue. The city is still sleepy. I put on my shoes and walk
to the river. The air is cool. I hear gulls. I hear water kiss the stones. I see a runner pass me with light feet. I sit on a bench and drink warm tea from a small cup. The sun climbs above the buildings. The light touches the water and makes a moving path of gold. I close my eyes for a moment. I breathe. This is my first adventure. It is a peaceful start.
Another day. I visit a public library. Libraries are quiet treasure rooms. I walk through tall doors. I smell paper and dust and time. I see a child sit with a big book and a big smile. I see a student write notes with a serious face. I find the language shelf. I pick a simple English story for later. I also pick a photo book of New York parks. The pages are calm. A librarian wears a sweater with red stripes. She stamps my books and says, "Have a nice day." I say, "Thank you, you too." I leave with a small bag and a bigger heart. A library card is a key to many doors.
A museum can be free if you choose the right time. I like to go when it opens. I step inside when the rooms are empty. I stand in front of one painting. I look for 1 whole minute without moving. I breathe and ask, "What do I feel?" I notice the colors. I notice the lines. I notice my shoulders relax. I read a small sign. I learn one new fact. I do not try to see everything in one day. I see a few things and let them sink into me. A slow museum is a good museum. Sometimes I take the free ferry to Staten Island. I stand on the deck and feel the wind. I watch the Statue of Liberty on my left side. I see tourists wave and take pictures. I hear many languages around me. I smile at a baby who holds onto the rail with small fingers. The ferry moves across the water. The city behind me looks like a mountain of glass and stone. The ferry horn sings a low note. I take a deep breath of salt air. The ride is short. The feeling is big. I like to make my own tiny tours. I pick one street I do not know. I walk from one end to the other end. I look at doors. I look at windows. I look at flower pots on steps. I look at chalk drawings by children on the sidewalk. I stop at a small bakery and buy one fresh roll. I stop at a small gallery and look at 3 photos. I stop at a park bench and listen to birds in a tree. I say hello to a dog and to the person with the dog. I do not rush. I let the street tell me its story. Every street has a story. Street art is one of my favorite city gifts. A blank wall becomes a bright wall. A simple corner becomes a surprise. I carry my small camera and take pictures of big eyes, of long hands, of colorful birds that do not exist in real life, but feel real on brick. One day I meet an artist as he paints. I watch from a kind distance. He steps back, looks, steps forward, and adds one line. I say, "Beautiful work." He smiles and says, "Thank you." The wall will speak to many people. The paint will fade with time. That is fine. Nothing needs to last forever to be true.
I also enjoy small acts of kindness as city adventures. I carry 2 apples to the park instead of 1. If I sit beside a friend, or if I make a new friend, I have a share ready. I hold the door for a person with a stroller. I pick up a cup on the ground and put it in a trash can. I say thank you to the bus driver when I step off. I write a short note on a sticky paper that says, "You are doing great," and I leave it on the community board. These acts look small. They feel big inside. They turn a normal day into a warm day. Now, let us talk about gentle study habits. Learning a language is like growing a plant. It needs time, light, water, and care. You do not pull a plant to make it taller. You water it a little. You give it good light. You wait. Then one day you see new leaves. Your English is the same. You will grow if you give yourself simple care again and again.
A soft habit I love is the tiny daily listen. Choose one short audio in slow English. It can be this podcast. It can be another kind voice. Listen for 10 minutes each day. 10 minutes is enough. If you can do more, great. If not, 10 minutes is still magic. Sit or walk while you listen. Breathe slowly. If you understand every word, smile. If you do not understand, smile anyway.
Your ears are learning the music of English. Trust your ears. They are smart. Another habit is shadow reading. Play a short sentence and pause. Say the sentence out loud. Try to copy the music of the voice. The goal is not perfect. The goal is practice. Then play the next short sentence. Pause and repeat. Do this for 5 minutes. Your mouth will learn new shapes. Your tongue will learn new steps. It will feel strange at first. It will feel easier later. Your voice will grow stronger.
A kind habit is the tiny journal. Each night, write 2 or 3 simple lines in English. Keep the lines short and true. Write one thing you saw. Write one thing you felt. Write one thing you hope. For example, you can write, "Today I walked by the river. The air was cool. I felt calm." Or you can write, "I cooked rice with lemon. It was simple and good." Or you can write, "I hope to speak with a new friend this week." Do not worry about mistakes. Your pen is your friend. Your page is a safe place. A helpful habit is the pocket phrase. Pick one common phrase to learn each week. Use it in your day. For example, you can learn, "Could you please repeat that?" Or, "I think so." Or, "That is a good idea." Or, "I am not sure, but I will try." Say the phrase out loud in the morning. Say it again at lunch. Say it again at night. When a real moment comes, the phrase will be ready to help you. It will jump from your pocket to your mouth.
Reading is a soft skill to grow. Choose simple books. Choose stories for learners. Choose stories with pictures if that helps. Read slowly. Use your finger as a guide. Do not look up every new word right away. Try to guess the meaning from the story. If a word repeats and you do not know it, look it up once, then keep reading. If you feel bored, choose a different book. It is not a test. It is a friendship with words. Friendships should feel warm.
Speaking practice can be light and fun. Talk to your mirror for 2 minutes. Tell yourself about your day. Tell yourself about your plan. Smile at yourself when you make a good sentence. Smile at yourself when you make a mistake. You are a kind teacher to you. Talk to your pet if you have one. Pixel listens with soft ears. Nimbus listens with gold eyes. They do not judge my grammar. They like my voice. Your plant will also listen. Your plant will not correct you. Your plant will enjoy your breath as fresh air. Now let us learn easy storytelling in English. A story can be very simple. A story needs a person, a place, a time, a small action, and a feeling. That is enough. You can follow a soft shape like this. First, who and where, then when, then what happened, then how I felt, then what I learned, or what I will do next. Keep the sentences short. Keep the words easy.
Here is one small story. I am at the bus stop near my home. It is early morning. The air is cold. I hold a warm cup of tea. The bus is late. An old man stands beside me. He wears a green hat. He looks at my cup and smiles. He says, "Tea is good in cold air." I say, "Yes, would you like a sip?" He laughs and says, "No, but thank you for asking." The bus arrives. We climb on. We sit in different seats. I feel warm. I feel proud that I spoke. I learned that a small offer can build a small bridge. Here is another small story. I go to the market on Saturday. I see bright oranges in a pile. One orange falls and rolls to my shoe. I pick it up. A little girl watches me. I give the orange back to the seller. The seller says, "You can keep it." I say, "Are you sure?" She nods. I put the orange in my bag. I say, "Thank you." I feel lucky. I learned that kindness can be round and bright, like an orange.
You can also tell a tiny travel story. You can say, "I took the free ferry to Staten Island. The wind was strong. The water was dark blue. I saw the Statue of Liberty. She looked calm and brave. I took a picture. A child waved at the boat. I waved back. I drank water and watched the city behind me. I felt small and happy. I learned that free things can feel very rich. When you tell stories, it is good to use past simple verbs. In English, past simple verbs often end with a soft sound like ed. Some verbs are special and change their shape. It is okay if you do not know all of them. Learn them in stories. For example, you can say, I walked to the park. I watched a dog. I smiled at the owner. We talked. Or you can say, I went to the park. I saw a dog. I ate a sandwich. These verbs are short and useful. Walked, watched, smiled, talked, went, saw, ate. You can practice with little stories. Your mouth will remember after many small steps.
Now, I will share a few funny mistakes that helped me learn. When I learned Spanish, I wanted to say, I am excited, but I used a word that sounded the same as a different word. I said something that was not correct. My friend laughed, but she laughed with kind eyes. She explained the right word. I laughed too. I did not feel shame. I felt joy. I learned and moved on. In English, many learners mix dessert and desert. Dessert has two S's because you want to add extra sugar. Desert has one S because it is simple and dry. I still use this trick to remember. If you say the wrong one, it is okay. You can smile and fix it. People will still understand your meaning in the story. Many people also mix 15 and 50 and 13 and 30. The teen words have a strong sound on the last part. The T words have a strong sound on the first part. You can practice like this. 13, 30, 15, 50. Say it slow. Feel the rhythm. Your tongue will learn the music. Some people feel shy about the th sound. You do not need to push hard. Put your tongue gently between your teeth. Blow soft air. That is the sound in words like think and thank and 3. If this is hard, be kind to yourself. Say a gentle s or a gentle t and keep going. Most people will still understand you, and you can fix the sound later with more soft practice.
I once ordered coffee and said, I want a big coffee with no sugar.
The person at the counter did not hear me clearly. The place was loud. She gave me a coffee with sugar. I took a sip. I tasted sweet. I smiled and went back to the counter. I said, "Excuse me, I think there is sugar in my coffee. I asked for no sugar." She said, "Oh, I am sorry." I said, "It is okay. I can wait." She made a new cup and gave it to me with a smile. A polite tone is a bridge. A soft voice is a key. One day, I asked for a bus to the museum. I said the street name in a wrong way. The person looked at me and looked worried. I tried again with a smile. I used easy words. I said, "I want to go to the big art building near the park." He said, "Oh, the museum. Take that bus, then turn left." We both laughed. It was fine. Communication is not only perfect words. Communication is courage, gestures, and heart.
Mistakes feel big when you are new. They feel smaller when you see them as teachers. Imagine each mistake as a small ticket. Each ticket buys one new lesson. You collect many tickets. You collect many lessons. The tickets become a colorful book of progress. You can open this book when you feel low. You can say, "Look how far I have come." Now, we will practice a tiny story together. You can repeat after me if you like. I went to the library. I found a small book. The cover was blue. I sat by the window. I read for 20 minutes. The room was quiet. I felt calm. I learned a new word. I wrote it in my notebook. I walked home with a soft smile.
Let us build another short story. I cooked soup last night. I cut carrots. I cut onions. I fried the onions until they were soft. I added water and salt. I added small pasta. I stirred slowly. I tasted the soup. It needed lemon. I added a little lemon juice. The soup woke up. I ate it with bread. I felt warm. I saved some for today. And one more story, very small. I met a new neighbor in the elevator. She had a plant in her arms. The plant had long leaves. I said, "Nice plant." She said, "Thank you."
I said, "Welcome to the building." She smiled. The elevator door opened. She walked out. I felt happy. I made a new connection.
You can make your own story now. Think of one simple moment from your day. Put it in 5 short lines. Who and where? When? What happened? How you felt? What you learned, or what you will do next. Say it out loud. Say it to your mirror. Say it to your pet. Say it to your plant. Your voice is a candle. Light it and let it glow. Pronunciation can be fun if you turn it into a game. Try to read a tongue poem very slowly. For example, you can say 3 thin things. Then say 3 thick things. Then say 3 thin things and 3 thick things. Go slow. Smile when you trip. Try again. Your mouth is learning a new dance. Stress in words is important too. In English, some syllables are strong and some syllables are soft. For example, the word museum has a soft mu, a strong c, and a soft mu, z, Say it slow. Feel the strong beat in the middle. The word banana has a soft ba, a strong na, and a soft na. Ba, na, na. Pretend the word is a little song. Sing it with a soft drum in your chest. Your ears will guide you. Listening in the wild can help you too. When you stand in line for coffee, listen to the person in front of you order. Try to hear one phrase. Try to hear one word. Do not listen for everything. Listen for one thing. When you ride the bus, listen to the driver say the stop names. Try to catch the shape of the words. Treat the city like a free school. The lessons are everywhere. Let us come back to small city adventures for a moment. I like a rain walk when the street is wet and shiny. I wear a hood. I step around puddles. Tires hiss on the road. Steam rises from a grate. A man sells umbrellas on the corner.
He says, umbrellas, umbrellas, 2 for 1. I smile and say, I have one, thank you. A woman runs with a child. They laugh and splash on purpose. The rain smells like pennies and leaves. The rain makes the city soft. I feel like the city is washing its face.
I also like a snow walk when the world is quiet. Snow is a blanket for sound. Cars move slow. People move slow. I hear my own breath. I see little clouds when I exhale. I carry a thermos with hot tea. I pour a little into the cap and sip. My cheeks are red. My nose is cold. My heart is warm. I write a line in my mind. The line says, snow teaches calm. I put the line in my pocket for later. Summer in the city is another story. It is hot. It is sticky. Ice cream trucks sing a small tune. Children chase the truck. People sit on stoops with fans. The park is full. The shade is gold. I sit under a tree and close my eyes. I listen to a guitar far away. I hear a friend say, Stu, come join us. I wave and say, I will be there soon. I breathe and feel the tree give me a gift of cool air. Trees are good friends.
Autumn is the season of red and gold leaves. The air is crisp. I wear a light jacket. I step on dry leaves and hear them crack under my shoes. I take my camera and hunt for light between branches. I hold my breath and click. The picture is simple and true. I do not need more. The season does the work for me. I only say yes and show up. I have a small study ritual that I love. I call it the tea and timer method. I make a cup of tea. I set a small timer for 15 minutes. I press start. I read a simple page in English. I underline one line I like. I copy that line into my notebook. I close the book. I sip tea. I breathe. The timer rings. I stop. I do not force more. I end with a smile. I want to come back tomorrow. That is the secret. End before you are tired. End with a good taste in your mouth.
When I feel stuck, I change my place. I take my book and go to a cafe. I sit by the window.
I read and write. I listen to soft music. I look at people and guess their stories. A woman has paint on her hands. Maybe she is an artist. A man has a guitar case. Maybe he will play in the park. A student has big headphones. Maybe he is learning for an exam. I feel part of the city. My study is not alone. My study is inside a living world. On some days, I read out loud to Nimbus. He sits on the back of the sofa like a small king. His tail makes slow waves. I read one page. I read with a calm voice. I pause when I see a comma. I pause longer when I see a period. I look up and see if Nimbus is still listening. He blinks very slow. That is a cat kiss. I say, "Thank you for your attention, sir." He blinks again. My voice becomes smoother with this practice. My breath and my sound walk together like two friends holding hands.
Let us review a few gentle points from today. Small adventures can be a walk to the river, a visit to a library, a free ferry ride, or a slow street tour. Gentle study habits can be 10 minutes of listening, a tiny journal, pocket phrases, and shadow reading. Easy stories need a person, a place, a time, an action, and a feeling. Mistakes are teachers. Pronunciation is a game you can play with a smile. Your voice is a candle. Your breath is the match. Before we close, repeat a few soft lines with me. I learn with kindness. I grow with patience. I speak even when I feel shy. I listen to understand. I read for joy. I write small truths. I make mistakes and I learn. I am on my way.
You did wonderful work today. You listened to stories. You practiced habits. You heard funny mistakes. You breathed with me. Take one more drink of water. Stretch your neck and your shoulders. Look out the window. Find one small color you like. Say thank you to that color in your mind. Take a slow breath in. Hold it for a soft moment. Let it out gently. Feel your shoulders relax. Feel your face
relax. You are here. You are safe. You are doing good work. We will keep moving like a calm river. The words will stay simple. The speed will stay slow. Welcome back, friend.
Today, I will share simple work stories from the language school. Warm conversations with students from many countries. Helpful phrases for everyday life. And a calm plan for bad days when English feels heavy. You can close your eyes if that helps you listen. You can open your eyes if that helps you imagine. There is no rush. There is only steady kindness. My job at the language school is simple, but it is full of small moments that feel big. I stand at the front desk. I smile and say hello. I give name cards. I show new students where to go. I answer easy questions. I make sure the coffee machine is ready. I fix the copy machine when it jams. I keep the door open with a small doorstop so the room feels friendly. I learn names. I learn countries. I learn stories. A school is a house for many journeys.
On one Monday morning, a new student from Korea walked in. She held her bag tight. Her eyes looked a little worried. I said, "Hello, welcome to the school. My name is Stu." She said, "Hello, my name is Hannah." I said, "I am happy you are here, Hannah. Do you have your passport?" She nodded and gave it to me with 2 hands. I checked her name and printed her card. I said, "This is your classroom. Please go to the 2nd floor, turn left, and look for the sign on the door." She said, "Thank you." I said, "You are doing great." Her shoulders dropped a little. Her smile grew a little. A soft welcome can change a whole day.
Another time, a student from Peru needed help with the copy machine. The light was red. The paper was stuck. He looked at me and said, "Sorry, I do not know." I said, "No problem. We will fix it together." I opened the side door of the machine. I pulled the paper out slowly. I closed the door. The light turned green. We both said, "Yes." He laughed. I said, "Good team." He said, "Good team." He walked away taller than before. When we solve a small problem together, we share a small victory.
On
A rainy Thursday, a student from Turkey came late. He was wet and cold. He said, "I am sorry, I am late. The bus was slow." I said, "It is okay. You are here now. Take a towel. Here is hot tea." He held the cup and took a slow sip. He said, "Thank you." I said, "You are welcome." His hands stopped shaking. He went to class with warm fingers and a warm heart. Kindness is a blanket. One Friday afternoon, I printed name tags for a welcome party. I spelled a Brazilian student's name with one letter wrong. She looked at the tag and smiled in a shy way. I saw the mistake and said, "I am sorry. I made a small error. Let me fix it." I printed a new tag with the right letters. I handed it to her and said, "Your name matters." She said, "Thank you for seeing me." We both felt good. A small fix can show big respect.
I remember a quiet student from Ukraine who came to the desk at the end of the day. She said, "I want to speak more, but I am shy. My voice is small." I said, "That is okay. Small voices can still say true things. Let us practice one simple line together. Say, 'My name is—'" She said, "My name is Olina." I said, "Great. Now say, 'I am happy to meet you.'" She said, "I am happy to meet you." I said, "Perfect. Now you have 2 lines. Use them tomorrow." She nodded and said, "I will try." The next day, she used both lines with 2 new people. She came back with a bright smile. She said, "I did it." I said, "I knew you could." A small practice can open a small door, and then a bigger door. Sometimes I help students with city tasks. One student from Japan needed to write an email to her landlord. She wanted to say that the hot water was not working. She did not know the right words. We wrote together, "Hello, this is a message about the hot water. The hot water is not working in my shower. Could you please send someone to fix it? Thank you for your help." She sent the email. The landlord replied. The next day, a plumber came. The water became hot again.
She brought me a small cookie as thanks. I smiled and said, "English helped your shower." She laughed and said, "Yes, English gave me warm water."
I meet many accents and many kinds of music in voices. A student from Nigeria speaks English with a strong rhythm that makes me want to dance. A student from France makes the R sound soft and round. A student from China makes the TH sound with care and courage. All of them carry their own beautiful music. I do not want them to lose that music. I want them to add new notes while keeping the old notes. This is the beauty of a global classroom.
Now, I will share warm conversations from many countries in simple English. A student from Brazil says, "Hello, I am Anna. I like to dance." I say, "Hello, Anna. I like your smile. What kind of dance do you like?" She says, "I like samba. My city has music in the streets." I say, "That sounds bright and happy. Will you join the school party next week?" She says, "Yes, I will bring a song." We both smile. The conversation is easy and full of life. A student from Morocco says, "My name is Yusuf. I cook couscous with my family on Friday night." I say, "That sounds delicious. What spices do you use?" He says, "Many spices, but my favorite is cumin." I say, "I like cumin too." He says, "I can share the recipe." I say, "Thank you." He writes it down in simple steps. Food becomes a bridge between our worlds.
A student from India says, "Hello, I am Ritu. I work as a nurse in my country." I say, "That is kind work. Thank you for helping people." She smiles and says, "I want to learn English to speak with more patience." I say, "You will. Your care will carry your words." We pick a few phrases for her work, like, "Where does it hurt?" and "Do you have pain now?" and "Please take a deep breath." She repeats them with soft strength. Her eyes shine with purpose. A student from Italy says, "I love art. I want to see museums." I say, "The museum on Fifth Avenue is good, and the modern one is good too." He says, "Thank you. I will go on Saturday morning." I say, "Go early when it is quiet." He nods. On Monday, he returns and says, "I saw a painting that made me cry." I say, "That is art doing its job." He laughs and wipes a happy tear that remembers.
Now let us practice helpful phrases for everyday life. You can repeat after me in your mind or say them out loud. Keep your voice soft. Keep your breath slow. For greetings and first meetings, you can say, "Hello, my name is." "It is nice to meet you." "Where are you from?" "What do you like to do?" These lines are friendly and safe. For asking someone to repeat, you can say, "Could you please repeat that?" "Could you please speak more slowly?" "I did not catch that. Can you say it again?" These lines are polite and clear. For checking understanding, you can say, "Do you mean?" So you are saying, "Let me see if I understand." "Is that right?" These lines help you confirm the message.
For directions, you can say, "Excuse me, how do I get to?" Is it near or far? Should I turn left or right? Which bus or train should I take? For shops and cafes, you can say, "I would like." "Could I please have?" "How much is it?" "Do you take cash or card?" "Can I get this to go?" For small talk, you can say, "How is your day going?" "The weather is nice today." "I like your bag." "Do you come here often?" For help, you can say, "Excuse me, could you help me? I am new here. I am lost. I need a hand with this." For care, you can say, "Thank you so much. I appreciate your help. I am sorry for the trouble. Have a good day." These simple lines can carry you through many doors. Let us place some of these phrases inside tiny scenes so you can feel them in your mouth. You are at a cafe. You say, "Hello, I would like a small coffee with no sugar, please." The person says, "Anything else?" You say, "No, thank you. That is all." The person says, "Cash or card?" You say, "Card, please." The person says, "Your name?" You say, "My name is..." Thanks. You wait. You hear your name. You smile and say, "Thank you." You leave with a warm cup and a warm feeling. You are on a street corner. You need a museum. You say, "Excuse me, could you help me? How do I get to the big art museum?" The person points and says, "Walk straight, then turn right at the park." You say, "Thank you. Is it far?" The person says,
It is 10 minutes. You say, "Thank you so much. Have a good day." You walk. You arrive. You feel proud. You are in a class, and you do not hear the teacher. You say, "I am sorry. Could you please repeat that more slowly?" The teacher smiles and says it again. You nod and say, "Thank you. Now I understand." Your brain relaxes. Your body relaxes. The words can enter now.
You are with a new friend. You say, "Hello, my name is..." It is nice to meet you. Where are you from? The friend says the name of a country. You say, "That is beautiful." What do you like to do in your free time? The friend says, "I like to read and walk." You say, "Me too. Maybe we can walk in the park on Saturday." The friend says, "Yes, that sounds nice." A new path begins.
Now, I want to share a calm plan for bad days when English feels heavy. I call it the rainy day plan. It has gentle steps. You can use it anytime you feel stuck or tired or sad. Step 1 is breathe. Sit or stand tall. Put one hand on your belly. Breathe in through your nose for 4 slow counts. Hold for 2 counts. Breathe out through your mouth for 6 counts. Do this 3 times. Tell your body you are safe. Step 2 is tiny goal. Choose one very small task. Listen to 5 slow sentences. Read 1 short paragraph. Write 2 lines in your journal. Stop there. Do not push. Small is enough. Step 3 is friendly input. Pick a topic you enjoy. If you like cooking, read a tiny recipe. If you like animals, listen to a tiny story about pets. If you like travel, watch a tiny video with slow words. Joy is a good teacher. Step 4 is move. Take a short walk. Stretch your arms. Roll your shoulders. Shake your hands. Let your blood bring fresh air to your brain. Step 5 is kind talk. Say to yourself, "I am learning. I am allowed to be slow. I will try again tomorrow." Then rest. Close your eyes for a few minutes. Drink water. Call a friend. Touch a plant leaf. Pet a dog or a cat. Let your nervous system settle like a quiet pond.
On heavy days, avoid hard tests. Avoid long lists of rules. Avoid the voice that says, "I should be better by now." That voice is not a good teacher. Choose the voice that says, I see your effort. I am proud of your small steps. Let us keep going together. You can also use music as medicine. Play a soft song in English. Hum with it. Sing one line. Dance in your kitchen while you boil water. Your body will remember joy. Your ears will remember the rhythm of the language. The cloud will pass. The sky will return.
Here is a small story from a heavy day that turned light. A student from China came to my desk with tears in her eyes. She said, "Today my words are sleeping. I cannot wake them up." I said, "That happens to me too in Spanish. Let us take a tiny walk to the window." We looked at the trees. We breathed. I said, "Tell me one simple thing you see." She said, "I see a yellow taxi." I said, "Good. Tell me one more simple thing you see." She said, "I see a woman with a red scarf." I said, "Good. Tell me one simple thing you feel." She said, "I feel tired." I said, "Good and true. Now tell me one small hope." She said, "I hope to feel better after lunch." I said, "I think you will." She smiled a little. She went to class. After lunch, she waved at me with bright eyes. Small steps woke her words. Sometimes the copy machine breaks again, and the line gets long. I feel stress rise like hot water in a pot. I use my own rainy day plan in a fast way. I breathe once. I say to the line, "Thank you for your patience. We will fix this." I open the side door. I pull the paper. I close the door. I press start. The machine hums. The pages come out. The line moves. My body cools. My mind smiles. Even machines teach patience. Bad days need soft endings. At night, on a heavy day, I lower my plan. I make a simple dinner. I wash the plate. I take a phone-free walk. I write 3 lines in my journal. I read 1 page of a quiet book. I say, "Thank you, day," even if it was hard. I sleep. The next morning, I begin again. This is how we grow.
Now, let us practice a few more phrases for self-care. You can repeat them in your mind or out loud.
I can pause. I can rest. I can try again. I can ask for help. I can speak slowly. I can listen with care. I am allowed to make mistakes. I am learning every day. These sentences are small and strong. Carry them in your pocket. I will share one more work story that always makes me smile. A grandmother from Mexico came to the desk with a small phone. She said, "My grandson is in another city. I want to send him a message in English. Can you help me?" I said, "Yes, with joy." We wrote, "Hello, my dear. I am proud of you. Eat well, sleep well, and remember that your family loves you." She pressed send. A minute later, the phone buzzed. Her grandson wrote back, "I love you too, Grandma." She laughed and wiped a happy tear. She said, "English is a bridge for love." I said, "Yes, you crossed it with a brave heart."
Let us do a soft review. Today, you heard simple stories from the school. You heard warm voices from many places. You practiced helpful phrases for greetings, for asking, for buying, and for saying thank you. You learned a calm plan for heavy days. You breathed with me. You walked with me. You stayed kind to yourself. That is real progress. Before we close, repeat a few gentle lines with me. I greet with a smile. I ask with respect. I listen with patience. I speak with courage. I rest when I am tired. I return when I am ready. My English grows like a plant. My heart grows like a sunrise. I am on my way.
Take a slow breath in. Hold it for a soft moment. Let it out gently. Feel your shoulders relax. Feel your face relax. You are safe. You are here. You are doing good work. We will keep moving like a calm river. The words will stay simple. The pace will stay slow. Welcome back, friend. Today, we will visit the sounds of the city, the quiet of night study, simple grammar as friendly tools, and short practice stories you can read and then tell in your own words. You can close your eyes as you listen. You can open your eyes when you want to imagine the scenes. There is no rush. There is only steady kindness.
The city has a voice. In the early morning, the voice is soft. The sky is pale. The streets are cool. A baker opens a door. The door makes a small creak. A bus sighs as it stops and opens its doors. A jogger's shoes tap the sidewalk like a tiny drum. A pigeon coos from a window ledge. A kettle sings in a corner cafe. I hold a warm cup with both hands. I listen to these sounds and feel the city wake up like a gentle giant who stretches and smiles. The late morning voice is brighter. Crosswalk signals tick and then beep. A delivery bike hums past with a steady whir. The subway below sends up a faint rumble. A child laughs in a stroller at a friendly dog. A vendor shakes a paper bag and calls out fresh bagels. A street musician tunes a guitar and plays one slow chord that hangs in the air like a small sun. I take a slow step. I breathe. I let these sounds wash over me like warm rain.
The afternoon voice is busy, but we can still hear small notes. Keys jingle on a belt. A taxi horn makes a quick hello, not an angry shout. A librarian whispers at the front desk and slides a book across a smooth table. A museum guard nods. A fountain splashes in a tiny square where a tree gives soft shade. The sounds do not shout. They speak in many little lines that together make a poem of the day. The evening voice is golden. A doorbell rings somewhere and then stops. A family laughs at a kitchen table. A pot lid clicks. A radio in a shop plays an old love song. The subway doors close with a soft chime. Shoes click on stone steps. A friend says, "Good night, see you tomorrow," and the words hang in the air like lights.
The night voice is quiet. You can hear your own steps. You can hear leaves touch each other. You can hear a cat land from a short jump. Nimbus lands like a cloud with paws. Pixel breathes slow on the bed and makes a small snore
that sounds like a tiny wave on a small beach. Far away, a siren rises and falls and then fades. The city sleeps in pieces, but it does sleep. If you listen with soft ears, you will find calm sounds, even in a busy place. You can turn city listening into a gentle exercise for English. When you walk, choose one sound and give it a simple sentence. Say, I hear a bus. Say, I hear a guitar. Say, I hear a kettle. Then add a soft detail. Say, I hear a bus with a slow sigh. Say, I hear a guitar with a warm note. Say, I hear a kettle that sings. The city becomes your teacher. The city gives you words. The city gives you rhythm. Your mouth learns the music of simple sentences.
Now let us visit the quiet of night study. After dinner, I wash the pan and the plate. I make green tea. I turn off the big lights. I switch on one small lamp. The lamp makes a soft circle on the desk. I place my book in that circle. I put my phone in airplane mode and slide it into a drawer. I set a small timer for 15 minutes. I breathe. I begin. I read one page slowly. I move my finger under the line. I do not stop for every new word. I guess from the story. If a word repeats and I still do not know it, I look it up once and then keep going. I copy one line I like into my notebook. I say the line out loud once. I sip tea. The timer rings. I stop. I smile. I end before I am tired, so I want to come back tomorrow. This is my night study, and it feels like a quiet friendship with words.
Sometimes I do shadow reading at night. I play a slow sentence from a calm audio. I pause. I repeat the sentence with a soft voice. I try to follow the rhythm, not just the words. I imagine my voice is a small boat that follows another small boat across clear water. I do this for 5 minutes. I feel my mouth grow warm with practice. I feel my breath move with the sound. I stop. I smile. I say, "Good job, small voice. Thank you for showing up." On some nights, I change the place to refresh my mind. I sit on the floor with my back to the bed and read under the fairy lights. Nimbus curls in a circle like a silver moon. Pixel stretches long and sighs. The room is a soft cave. The city outside still moves, but my inside is calm. I write 3 small lines in English in my journal. I write one thing I saw. I write one thing I felt. I write one small hope for tomorrow. I close the book and sleep.
Now we will meet simple grammar as friendly tools. Think of grammar like small boxes for your ideas. Each box has a gentle label. You put your idea in the right box and people understand you. The first box is the habit box. People call it the present simple. We use it for things that are true in general, for habits and for facts. We say, "I wake up early." We say, "She drinks tea." We say, "They live in Queens." We say, "The subway connects the city." The verb is simple and strong. For he, she, and it, we often add an S at the end. He walks. She cooks. It rains. The second box is the now box. People call it the present continuous. We use it for things that are happening right now or around now. We say, "I am reading." We say, "She is cooking." We say, "They are listening." We use am, is, or are, and a verb with an ing ending. This box is good when you want to paint a live picture. I am sitting by the window. The rain is tapping the glass. Nimbus is watching the drops. The third box is the yesterday box. People call it the past simple. We use it for things that are finished in the past. We often add ed to the verb. We say, "I walked to the park." We say, "She watched a film." We say, "We visited the museum." Some verbs are special and change shape. We say, "I went to the store." We say, "He saw a friend." We say, "They ate lunch." If you learn these special verbs inside stories, they will stay with you like good songs. The fourth box is the tomorrow box. There are 2 friendly ways to speak about the future at this level. The first way uses will. We say, "I will call you later." We say, "She will visit next week." We say,
It will rain tomorrow. Will is light and easy. The second way uses going to, which we often say as gonna in fast speech. But you can keep going to. We use it for plans and intentions. We say, I am going to cook soup tonight. We say, they are going to study after dinner. We say, he is going to take the bus. Both will and going to are helpful. You can choose the one that feels good.
There is another small box that is very useful. It is the there is and there are box. We use it to say that something exists in a place. We say, there is a park near my home. We say, there are 2 cafes on this street. In the negative, we say, there is not a bus at midnight. We can also say, there are not many people here. In questions, we say, is there a bank near here? We say, are there any seats left? These lines help you ask and answer in daily life. Articles are tiny keys. A and an are for one thing that is not specific. A is for words that start with a consonant sound. An is for words that start with a vowel sound. We say, I need a pen. We say, I want an apple. The is for a specific thing we both know. We say, the pen on the table is mine. We say, the apple you gave me was sweet. Do not worry if you mix them at first. Use them often and they will find their places, like small birds that come home.
Some nouns are countable and some are uncountable. Countable nouns can be counted. We say 1 apple, 2 apples. Uncountable nouns are like water, or rice, or advice. They do not take a number. We say some water, some rice, some advice. When you ask about uncountable things, you can say, do you have any rice? When you ask about countable things in the plural, you can say, do you have any apples? These small words, some and any, will help you in shops and kitchens and conversations. Prepositions are tiny bridges. In, on, and at are 3 very common bridges for time and place. We say, I live in New York. We say, I am on the bus. We say, I am at the library. For time, we say, in the morning, in the afternoon, in the evening. We say, on Monday, on Tuesday. We say, at 6 in the morning, at noon, at night. These bridges carry your meaning across to the other person.
This, that, these, and those are pointing words. We use this and these for things that are close. We use that and those for things that are far. We say, this cup is warm in my hand. We say, these cookies smell good. We say, that building is tall. We say, those lights are bright across the river. You can also use them with feelings. This day is kind. That memory is sweet. Can is a soft helper. We use can for ability and for polite requests. We say, I can swim. We say, she can speak 2 languages. We say, can you help me? We say, can I sit here? Could is even softer and more polite. We say, could you please repeat that? We say, could I have a glass of water? Your tone is also a key. A soft voice and a gentle smile turn can and could into warm doors.
Have to is for necessity. We say, I have to go to work. We say, she has to study tonight. Do not is for habits you do not do. We say, I do not drink soda. We say, he does not eat meat. Be careful with he, she, and it. In the present simple, we add an S to the verb, or we add does not before the base verb. You can keep it simple with short, true lines. Your goal is not perfect grammar. Your goal is clear meaning and kind rhythm. Now we will read short practice stories that you can retell in your own words. The first story is called The Lost Scarf. I left the language school at the end of the day. The wind was cold and quick. I wrapped my blue scarf around my neck and walked to the bus stop. A strong gust pulled at the scarf and lifted one end into the air. I held it and laughed. The bus came. I stepped on and sat by the window. When I looked down, the scarf was gone. My neck felt the cold. I pressed the stop button and got off at the next stop. I walked back with my eyes on the ground. A person waved at me from across the street. She held up a blue scarf. I waved back and crossed the street with care. She said, "The wind tried to steal this." I said, "Thank you for rescuing my scarf." We both laughed.
I wrapped the scarf again and felt the warm kindness around my neck.
Now you can tell this story in your own short lines. Say who and where. Say when. Say what happened. Say how I felt. Say what I learned. Use simple sentences. Add your own detail if you want. Maybe the scarf was red in your version. Maybe it was a hat. Make it your own. The second story is called The Silent Elevator. I entered the elevator on the first floor with a neighbor from the third floor. We both pressed our buttons. The doors closed. We stood in quiet. The elevator moved and then stopped between floors. The light stayed on, but the car did not move. My neighbor looked at me. I looked at my neighbor. We both smiled in a nervous way. I pressed the help button and spoke slowly to the voice that answered. I said, "Hello, the elevator is stuck between floors 2 and 3. There are 2 people inside." The voice said, "We will send someone. Please wait." We stood in the small space and breathed. I said, "My name is Stu." She said, "My name is Leela." We spoke about the weather. We spoke about the dog in her apartment. We waited for 10 minutes. The door opened and a worker said, "You are free." We stepped out and laughed with relief. We said goodbye with a small wave. The next day we met in the hallway and said hello like old friends. A stuck elevator made a new connection.
Now you can retell this story. Change the names if you like. Change the floor. Keep the shape. A small problem. A kind action. A soft ending. The third story is called The Red Umbrella. The sky was gray and heavy. I carried a red umbrella in my bag. A woman at the bus stop did not have an umbrella. The rain began as a soft mist and then became a strong shower. I opened my red umbrella and held it over both of us. She said, "Thank you." I said, "You are welcome." We stood shoulder to shoulder under a small roof of red. The bus came. We closed the umbrella and stepped on. She found a seat. I stood by the door. When I was about to get off, she touched my arm and said, "Your red umbrella made my day smaller and warmer." I said, "Your words made my day brighter too." I stepped off and walked away in the rain with a light heart.
Now it is your turn. Tell a short umbrella story in your own way. Maybe it is a shared scarf. Maybe it is a shared bench. Keep it simple. Keep it true in feeling. The fourth story is called The Library Note. I sat at a table
by the window with a small blue notebook. A student across from me looked tired. She opened a book and closed it again. She rubbed her eyes. I tore a tiny sheet from my notebook and wrote, "You are doing great. Take a small breath." I slid the note across the table with a shy smile. She read it and smiled back with soft eyes. She took a breath and opened her book again. She wrote on the back of the note, "Thank you. I needed that." We did not speak out loud. We both studied for 20 minutes and then left with calm steps. Sometimes a quiet note is a loud help.
Now give this story your voice. Maybe the note is a sketch of a small star. Maybe the message is different. Keep the heart of the story. Share a small kindness. You can use these stories to practice tenses too. For habits, you can say, "I often share my umbrella." For now actions, you can say, "I am waiting at the bus stop." For past actions, you can say, "I shared my umbrella yesterday." For future actions, you can say, "I will bring 2 umbrellas next time." You can also practice there is and there are. You can say, "There is a bus stop on the corner." You can say, "There are many drops of rain on my jacket." Little lines can carry big meaning.
When you practice, speak slow. Keep your sentences short. Use words you know. Add one new word if you want, but do not add 10 new words at once. Smile at your own voice. Your voice is a friend you will know for your whole life. Treat it with care. Let it grow with patience. Sometimes I record myself for 1 minute. I tell one small story into my phone or my computer. I do not judge. I listen one time. I choose one thing I like. Maybe I like my calm pace. Maybe I like one clear sentence. I choose one thing to improve next time. Maybe I will make my endings softer. Maybe I will pause a little more. I record again another day. This is a kind loop. It builds
skill without fear.
On nights when words feel heavy, I give myself a tiny plan. I read one paragraph. I copy one beautiful line. I say 3 soft sentences out loud. I stop. I go to sleep. The next day, the words feel lighter. The mind needs rest, like a garden needs night. Growth happens in quiet places. Let us close this part with a few soft lines you can repeat. I listen to my city. I hear small music. I study with a calm heart. I use simple tools. I tell short stories. I learn a little each day. I am patient with my voice. I am kind to my mind. I am on my way. You did gentle, steady work today. You listened to the song of the city. You sat with the quiet of night study. You picked up friendly grammar tools. You walked through short stories and gave them your own voice. Drink water. Stretch your arms. Look at one soft light in your room and let your eyes rest.
Take a slow breath in. Hold it for a soft moment. Let it out gently. Feel your shoulders relax. Feel your face relax. You are safe. You are here. You are doing good work. We will finish like a calm river that reaches a quiet lake. The words will stay simple. The pace will stay slow. Welcome back, friend. Today we will enjoy city nature. Practice simple travel English. Polish clear pronunciation. Walk through more short scenes you can use in real life. And then we will close this long journey with a warm review and a kind goodbye. You can close your eyes as you listen. You can open your eyes when you want to imagine. There is no rush. There is only steady kindness.
City nature is a soft friend that hides in loud places. In the morning, I walk to a small park near my home. The grass holds tiny drops of water that shine like little stars. A sparrow hops on the path and tilts its head at me. I tilt my head back. We share a funny hello. A tall tree lifts its arms like a green cathedral. The wind sings through the leaves. I sit on a bench and take 5 slow breaths. I feel the air touch my nose.
I feel my chest rise and fall. The city is big, but this moment is small and sweet. I watch a dog chase a yellow ball. I hear a distant bell. I think nature does not ask for money. Nature asks for attention. On the river path, the light turns the water into a long ribbon of silver. I count 3 slow boats. A child points at a cloud that looks like a whale. Nimbus would approve. He is a cloud and a cat. I see a man fishing with quiet hands. I see a woman read a book on the steps. A group of friends sit on the grass and share slices of cold watermelon. They pass the paper napkins in a circle. They laugh and lean back, full of sun and sugar and simple joy. I take a picture with my small camera, and then put the camera down to feel the scene with my skin and my breath. A picture is good, a moment is better.
On some days, I climb the stairs to the roof of my building. Rooftops are sky rooms. From there, I can see water towers like sleepy giants. I can see pigeons land and lift. I can see the sunset paint the city in peach and gold. I carry a small plant up with me and let it drink the evening light. I write one line in my notebook. The line says, "The city has a sky, and so do I." I close the notebook and watch the first star arrive. Now, let us travel with simple English. Imagine you go to the airport. You stand at the check-in desk with your passport in your hand. You say, "Hello, I have a flight to Boston." The agent says, "May I see your passport?" You give it. The agent says, "Do you have any bags to check?" You say, "Yes, one bag." The agent puts a tag on your bag and places it on the belt. The agent says, "Here is your boarding pass. Your gate is 23. Boarding starts at 3:15 in the afternoon. Have a good flight." You say, "Thank you. Have a good day." You walk to security and take off your shoes and put your bag in a tray. You breathe slowly. You move in a calm line. You are doing well.
On the plane, you find your seat. You say, "Hello, is this seat A?" The person by the window says, "Yes, that is you." You smile and say, "Thank you." You place your small bag under the seat. You put your seatbelt on. The flight attendant walks by and smiles. You say, "Excuse me, may I have some water, please?" The flight attendant says, "Of course." You drink and feel calm. The plane takes off. You look down at the tiny houses and feel the world become soft and wide. If your bag does not arrive, your words can help. You go to the desk near the carousel. You say, "Hello, my suitcase did not arrive. Here is my boarding pass." The person says, "I am sorry. Please tell me your name and describe your bag." You say, "My name is..." "My bag is black with a blue ribbon." The person types, then says, "We will bring it to your hotel when it arrives." You say, "Thank you for your help." You write your hotel address. You leave with a small smile because you used clear words in a hard moment.
Now, imagine you travel by train. You stand at a ticket window. You say, "Hello, I would like one ticket to Philadelphia, please." The clerk says, "One way or round trip?" You say, "Round trip, please." The clerk says, "The next train leaves at 2 o'clock, platform 7. I say, "Thank you. Which car is quiet?" The clerk says, "The second car is the quiet car." I say, "Thank you very much." You walk to platform 7. You check the sign twice. You step onto the second car. You sit by the window and watch trees go by like green waves. At a hotel or a small hostel, you can use very simple lines. You walk to the front desk and say, "Hello, I have a reservation." The person says, "What is your name, please?" You say your name. The person says, "May I see your passport and a card for the deposit?" You give them. The person says, "Your room is on the 4th floor. Breakfast is from 7 to 10. Wi-Fi code is on this card." I say, "Thank you." If you have a problem, you can say, "Hello, the shower is not hot. Could someone please check it?" Or, "Hello, the air conditioner is loud. Could I please change rooms?" The person will try to help. Your calm voice helps them help you.
In a restaurant, you can keep it friendly and light. You sit and say, "Hello." The server says, "Hello." You say, "Could I please see a menu?" The server gives a menu. You read. You say, "I would like the tomato soup and the grilled chicken, please." The server says, "Anything to drink?" You say, "Water, please." If you have a food rule, you can say, "I am vegetarian," or "I do not eat nuts," or "Could you please make it without cheese?" The server writes a note. When you finish, you say, "Could I have the check, please?" The server brings it. You pay. You say, "Thank you. It was very good." The server smiles and says, "Thank you. Have a good night." In a shop, you can ask for size or price with kind words. You say, "Excuse me, do you have this shirt in medium?" The clerk says, "Let me check." You say, "Thank you." The clerk brings one and says, "Here you go." You say, "May I try it on?" The clerk says, "The fitting room is on the left." You try it and return. You say, "I like it. How much is it?" The clerk says, "It is $30. You say, "I will take it. Please keep the tag." The clerk smiles and gives you a receipt. You say, "Thank you." They say, "Have a nice day."
In a small emergency, simple words can help you feel strong. If you need a pharmacy, you can say, "Excuse me, where is the nearest pharmacy?" If you lose your wallet, you can say, "I lost my wallet. I need help. Where is the police station?" If you feel sick, you can say, "I need a doctor. I have pain here. Please help me." If you see a person in trouble, you can say, "Are you okay? Do you need help? Should I call an ambulance?" Your voice can carry care. Your words can save time. Now let us polish pronunciation with soft steps. The th sound can be gentle. Put your tongue between your teeth very softly. Blow a little air. That is the sound in think and think and three. For the th in this and that and these, make a soft buzz with your voice as the air moves. Do not push hard. Keep the jaw easy. Practice in a mirror for 1 minute. Smile at yourself. Let your tongue be curious, not tense.
Many learners feel a difference between ship and sheep. In ship, the vowel is short and relaxed. In sheep, the vowel is long and smiling. You can train your mouth with 2 soft lines. Say, I see a sheep on the beach. Then say, I see a ship on the bitch. Smile a little for the long sound. Relax a little for the short sound. Go slow. Let your ears guide you. It is okay if it is not perfect. Each try is a seed. Past verbs with ed have 3 different endings in sound. In words like walked, the ed sounds like a soft t. In words like loved, the ed sounds like a soft d. In words like wanted, the ed makes its own little syllable like id. You can sing a tiny line to feel them. I walked to the park. I loved the song. I wanted a nap. Feel how your mouth moves. Let the sounds be small and light.
Plural S also sings in 3 ways. In cats, the S sounds like a soft S. In dogs, the S sounds like a soft Z. In roses, the S adds a small extra syllable, like is. You can walk through them slowly. Cats, dogs, roses. Keep your jaw easy. Let the air flow. Word stress is the beat inside a word. In banana, the strong beat is in the middle. Banana. In museum, the strong beat is also in the middle. Museum. Put a finger on your chest. Feel the small drum when you say the strong part. If the beat feels wrong at first, be kind. The beat will find you after many easy steps.
Linking makes English sound smooth. When a word ends with a consonant and the next word starts with a vowel, the sound often glides. In an apple, the N and A glide. In want to, many people say wanna in fast speech, but you can say want to and still link the to the next word. Say it slow, then a little faster. I want to ask a question. Let the words hold hands. Now, let us practice more short scenes that you can use. Imagine you are buying a Metro card. You stand at the machine. The screen says, "Buy new card." You press the button. You choose 7 days unlimited rides. You pay with a card. The machine prints a yellow card. You tap the card at the gate. The screen says go. You walk through. A person behind you says, "Does this machine take cash?" You say, "Yes, the next one does." They say, "Thank you." You nod and walk down the steps.
You are asking for directions in a new city. You say, "Excuse me, I am looking for the Science Museum." The person says, "Walk straight for 5 minutes, then turn right at the bookstore." The museum is next to the cafe with green chairs. You repeat, "Walk straight, then right at the bookstore, next to the cafe with green chairs. Thank you so much." The person smiles and says, "You are welcome. Enjoy." You feel proud because you listened, you repeated, you checked, and you said thanks. You check into a small hostel at night. You say, "Hello, I have a reservation for 1 night." The staff says, "Welcome. Your bed is in room 3, top bunk. The kitchen is open. Quiet hours start at 11. You say, "Thank you. Where can I put my bag?" The staff says, "There is a locker under the bed." You say, "Great. Is there a towel?" The staff says, "Yes, here you go." You say, "Thank you very much."
You visit a doctor for a small problem. You say, "Hello, my name is..." "I have a sore throat and a small cough. It started 2 days ago." The doctor says, "Do you have a fever?" You say, "No, I do not." The doctor says, "I will check your throat. Please say, 'uh.'" You say, "uh." The doctor says, "It is a mild infection.
Drink warm tea, rest, and take this medicine twice a day. You say, "Thank you, doctor. How many days should I take it?" The doctor says, 3 days. You say, "Thank you." You leave with clear steps and a calm mind. You call customer service about an internet problem. You say, "Hello, my name is..." I am calling about my internet. It is very slow. The agent says, "I am sorry to hear that. May I have your address?" You give it. The agent says, "I will run a test. Please wait." You hear small clicks. The agent says, "I will send a technician tomorrow between 10 and 1. You say, "Thank you. Could you please call me 30 minutes before arrival?" The agent says, "Yes, I will add that note." You say, "Thank you for your help." The agent says, "You are welcome. Have a good day." You hang up with a clear plan.
You meet a language partner at a cafe. You say, "Hello, are you Sam?" The person says, "Yes. Are you Stu?" You say, "Yes. Nice to meet you." They say, "Nice to meet you too." You say, "Let us speak English for 15 minutes, then your language for 15 minutes. We can help each other." They say, "Perfect." You set a small timer. You smile. You begin. You ask easy questions. You listen with care. You laugh at a gentle joke. The time passes like warm wind. You both feel stronger. You make a tiny negotiation. You buy a used camera from a local market. You say, "Hello, I like this camera. Does it work well?" The seller says, "Yes, it works." You say, "Could I test it?" The seller says, "Sure." You take a test picture. You say, "How much is it?" The seller says, $100. You say, "Would you take 90? The seller thinks and says, 95. You say, "Deal." You pay. You say, "Thank you." The seller says, "Thank you." You walk away with a good price and a good feeling.
Now, let us build a gentle study plan you can keep after this podcast ends. In the first week, listen for 10 minutes each day to slow English that makes you smile. Read one short page each day. Write 2 lines in your journal each night. In the second week, add 1 tiny conversation with a friend, a classmate, a barista, or a librarian. Use a pocket phrase you practiced. In the third week, choose 1 topic you love, like food, sports, art, or animals.
Learn 10 useful words for that topic across 7 days, not in 1 day. Use each word in one small sentence. In the 4th week, tell one 2-minute story about your day every evening. Record it on your phone if you can. Listen one time. Celebrate one thing you like. Choose one tiny thing to try next time. Keep the plan soft. Keep the plan kind. End each day with a smile, so you want to return tomorrow.
Let us do a warm review of the big ideas from our whole journey. Slow is a power, not a problem. Short sentences carry clear meaning. Breathing helps your mind learn. Food is a story you can eat. Home can be small and still feel full. Plants teach patience. Pets teach presence. Kindness is a bridge in every language. Daily habits beat rare big days. Mistakes are teachers with friendly faces. Stories are simple when you use who, where, when, what happened, how you felt, and what you learned. Grammar is a set of small boxes that help people understand you. Pronunciation grows with play and practice. Your voice is a candle. Light it every day. Before we close, repeat a few soft lines with me. I learn with kindness. I grow with patience. I listen with care. I speak with courage. I rest when I am tired. I return when I am ready. My English is improving. My heart is open. I am on my way.
Now, place one hand on your belly and one hand on your chest. Breathe in through your nose for 4 slow counts. Hold for 2 counts. Breathe out through your mouth for 6 counts. Do this 2 more times. Let your shoulders drop. Let your jaw soften. Say in your mind, thank you to yourself. Say, I showed up. I did the work. I am proud of my small steps. I want to leave you with one last small story. On a cool evening, I walked home with Pixel and saw a boy sit on a step with a small book. His lips moved as he read. His mother sat beside him and watched the sky. The street was busy,
but their corner was quiet. I slowed my steps. I heard the boy whisper a line and then smile. He looked proud. His mother smiled too. In that moment, I felt a clear truth. Learning is love in motion. Your time, your breath, your brave voice, all of it is love moving through your life. You are doing something beautiful.
Thank you for walking this long path with me. Thank you for your ears, your mind, and your heart. You made this podcast feel alive. You made these simple words feel strong. Drink some water. Stretch your arms. Look at something green. Give your day a soft thank you. When you need a calm voice again, come back and listen. This lake is always here. This river is always ready to move with you. This was I Love English, the podcast. I am Stu. I am grateful for you. Take care, friend. Keep going, step by small step. The world is ready for your words. The world is ready for your smile. The world is ready for you. See in the next video. If you like this podcast, then definitely share it with your friends and like and subscribe. Bye for now.